Okay, I should be live now. Here. Hi there, Slimmer Dubs. Hi there, Hassan Gaming. Let me switch over my, scene. Right, and then, what else? If you're still there, hi there again, on the spirit. I just got back from the shower. Alright. Let's give everything a look here. Oh crap. Freaking Lana. Dodging. Oh, what's this one? Oh, we can exit out of that. Alright, let's go get dailies and stuff done. Right. What do we even need to do for the event stuff here? There's like a bunch of stuff. Right, there's the board game and everything. Cool. Let's see what my dailies are first. Alright, gotta kill all these things. Time to get them done. But yeah, hi there, shonen manga protagonist. Yeah, we're back here again. Alright, let me just warp over to my alt first. Oh yeah, I still need to do Void Abyss. I still haven't done Void Abyss yet this month. Alright, let me just fling myself. Alright, I barely got to like touch a lot of the stuff in ToF. Things have been just so all over the place. Haven't really gotten to like do a lot of the things. Unfortunately. Alright, things have just been all over the place. Anyways, here we are. No, I only did the bare minimum. You only need to do it 3 times a week, and then just do everything else every day. The luring raid is kind of a pain if you don't have people, like, competent enough for it. Otherwise, you'll be just stuck resetting for hours and hours on end. But yeah. It is what it is. But yeah. I mean, there are ways you can kind of rush it and ignore mechanics. The problem is also needing to have like a full team set up for that too. To like cheese it. And it's just a bit much. When you're like doing it every day. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I just haven't had like enough time to do a lot of things. Right, things have just been so busy and all over the place lately. Right, then like what, end of next week we have the NT beta as well on Friday. So even more things to keep things busy. Because of course. Right, because of course we have things to make things even busier. Okay. Uh... God damn it, the hippo is the fucking worst, man. The slow from this shit is so annoying. And you just gotta keep dealing with the freaking hippo. Yep, we're live again. Yep. Shit. The freaking Minotaur. Did it reset? Fuck it, reset. This shit's annoying because, like, when it enters the phase where it starts hitting you for healing. But yeah. Hi there, Jack Blizzard. Welcome, welcome. I see. That's good for you. Yep. What is this one's Void Abyss anyways? I haven't touched it yet. There we go. That took even longer than it was supposed to. Because the boss reset on me. Gilbert is coming next. Gilberta. Alright, let's see. Voidabus. Alright, perfect boost. Alright, but yeah, we're just rolling buffs. Because I haven't done Voidabus yet. Do, 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 do. Grab that. Oh wait, I don't need to keep clicking that now. I actually clicked the reset button now. Alright, let's see. Come on, I need more buffs. Thanks for the fossil dragon turtle, Timmy. You're welcome. Alright, let me just get a couple of buffs here. Yeah, that would be nice to have there, that one. At least I have max Heart of Thorn now. But yeah. Of course, the warp server is designed to be harder because it's it's also a lot grindier. Right. Gacha server is a lot more casual friendly. Alright, let me just roll for buffs and void abyss. What are the bosses? Okay. Their accent is, but I don't know, their thing is kinda scuffed, the voice acting. I'm rolling the buffs on my ult. Yeah, give me a bit to roll some buffs. Yeah, I'm just rolling buffs. Give me a sec. I don't need elemental core there. But yeah. Fair enough. I haven't really had time to go back and touch stuff in warp server. Things have just been so busy. Things have been so busy. Lately. Things have just been way too busy. Okay, I'm trying to see which one I want to get here. Alright, got an excessive healing 3 on my ult. Okay, let's go try some of these bosses. Let me switch my group over. But yeah. Fair enough. He plays Arknights. I don't know how much the stuff from Arknights matters though at Enfield. But yeah. Alright, let's get loaded in. For what? I mean, a lot of the bosses just have mechanics. That's why they're difficult. And they require multiple players. Right. Because, like, you wail, all you get is a little bit more damage. That's it. But it doesn't take away from the way stuff is designed. I mean, it's an MMO, man. You're not really supposed to be soloing stuff in an MMO. Right. It is designed around having multiple players. Just make a group, man. I just start asking. Usually they can fill pretty quickly if you're on at the correct time. But yeah, things have just been so busy lately that I'm like doing this shit last minute. Or rather, second last day. Here's the... There we go. Alright. That would be something. 8 Wheels can't fight the boss alone. Maybe if they fuck up and put in C in numbers again. That could happen. Maybe. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. No, sometimes I go on Warp Server. Just Warp Server takes up way too much time, and I don't have the time for it. Things have just been so busy lately. Yeah. No, apparently people are trying to form drama against the Tobro guy who had, like, actual criticisms on Enfield. But instead of, like, trying to rebuttal or argue against his points, they're just attacking the guy himself. Like, what? Almost as if he's right, but they don't want to admit he's right. So they attack the guy instead of trying to make arguments. Remember the video we saw from him the other day? I just woke up from a nap and took a shower, man. I'm good. Don't worry. But yeah. It's crazy. Alright, let's see if I can roll another buff. Nope, don't want any of those. Alright, let's get on in. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Yeah, no need to sleep. I was already sleeping. Oh yeah, what are the secret letters on right now and do what I do best because I still need to farm my wedges. Okay. The Pog Granny chick. Your sister wants you to get the Pog Granny Chink? That's what I'm gonna call him. Because the name is... whatever. When I break it down, it looks like it says Pog Granny Chink. Alright. Let's get on up here. He's good for Fizz teams, I guess. He's good for Fizz. He's a support. Yeah, I don't know either. But that's what they named him. I mean, like, I know that's not how you're supposed to pronounce his name. It's just, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's just funny when it's like, it reads, it looks like it reads like Pog Granny Chink. And it's just like, what? But it is funny to say it that way. Even if it's wrong. It's okay, it's undead instead. The zombie game. It's not quite dead, but not quite alive either. It's undead. The zombie game. Alright, let's get on to the next thing. Alright, I need one more flash freeze. and then that'll be maxed. Okay. Time for stage 4. Yeah, high flagger. Yeah, it's a lot of orbitals. It's a lot. But yeah, it is what it is. Great, soloing Void Abyss right now. Yeah, they don't really give all that much. And it was a pain during the betas as well. They were pretty stingy with resources. But like, honestly, anyone who thinks a gacha game is quote-unquote generous is fucking retarded. If they really were, then why would they ask for, like, literally hundreds of dollars to guarantee one character copy? You know? Let alone the MSRP of a 5090 to go max them out. Even worse when some of them are just literally AI generated designs. Might as well buy your own 5090 and then AI generate it yourself. You know? Like, even when that's the case. Yep. Alright, let's see. Any other things around here? Yep. Where's the last one? Doesn't really matter. Alright, let's go fight it. Yeah, okay. Just killing all this stuff here. Alright, got that one cleared. Let's get on to the next thing. Alright, let's go roll some more. Alright, let's see. Not gonna roll my ult now. I have protective field 3 and then excessive healing 3. But yeah, all of those 3 are maxed at least. Alright, time for stage 5. Let's get on in. Right, load, load, load. There we got Ripper here. Where's the other stuff here? Oh, someone in the world chat has a group for Vtuber now. Too bad I'm already solo, I get. Alright, let's see. Anything else here? What are the things right now? One sec. I should be like constantly checking back on the what I have cooking on. Oh, I do I need abyss? Oh shit, it's been exploration stage. I want to get that done. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, I forgot to switch my weapon back. We'll kill Ripper. Who's Bobby and why would I get bullied by him? No, these have just been just busy all over the busy and tiring. The past couple of weeks. Alright, got that done. Let's take that thing. Alright, let's see. Get rid of elemental fusion. There, I'll just take heavy armor. Alright, let me go roll buffs on my ult. Do, 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 do. Don't need mechanically altered, I'm just rolling. No. Alright, let's see, I don't want that buff. Damn, I have 3 level 3 buffs on my ult. Alright. Should be ready. Let's give it a go. Alright, let's see. Yep, let me claim all the things here. Bruh, I think I got like stuck in there. The mobs spawned in the pillar. Alright, let's see what else is around here. Do 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 do. Alright, give me a sec. Where are the rest of the buffs? Alright, because I'm missing some of them. I'm missing 2 more buffs. Where the hell are they? One more buff. Oh, whatever. Let me just send the buffs around. Alright, cool. That should be good. Time to challenge the boss. Come on. Damn, I'm freaking parrying a bunch of his attacks. Oh, come on. He's at half health now. Okay, cool. At least I got Void Abyss cleared. Alright, at least I don't have to worry about Void Abyss. For another day. Because reset is soon. Alright. Wait, give me a sec. Wait, what are people talking about in world chat? They gave everyone 2 weeks of battle pass and soon. Damn. Oh yeah, global battle pass ends soon. And like, we don't have enough time on the battle pass. The freaking battle pass is like so rushed. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the time, providing accurate information doesn't matter when you're too busy trying to farm clicks and engagement bait. So, exaggerating or changing things up or manipulating it to get more engagement ends up happening a lot more often than it should. It is what it is. Alright. Let's get this stuff here done. Alright, let's get on to the next one. Grab that. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Alright, let's get loaded in. Yeah, they're chasing views. Damn. It is what it is, unfortunately. Everything's just a mess. Alright, let's get on up there. Alright, I think I'm just gonna do like the dice rolling thing, because I probably have like more than enough. But yeah, like, it's tough like having to do all the event stuff now. But things have been so busy that I just haven't touched a lot of the stuff. Okay. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I gotta get all that stuff done. Oh yeah, I still have to do sequential my ult as well to get the thing. I do have Lana on my ult now. It's not just Enfield. Remember, I was in the hospital, like, and stuff as other stuff as well. And then I still have to get the Do It Need Abyss stuff done too. It's just fuck, man. There's the Enfield thing, and then I was in the hospital earlier in the month. I went back and forth multiple times. And other stuff. At the start of the year, I was sick. Too many things happened. It is what it is. Alright. Yeah. It is what it is. Hey, well, we have like the next ToF patch soon as well. At least it's like a smaller patch for ToF. let's get this done. Do, 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 do. Alright, that's another thing off. Done. Alright. Let's go into this thing. Oh yeah, we've been having like the main card constantly too that I haven't touched either. Alright, then I have to go throw and loot. Alright, 6. Alright, I have a lot of these dice. I wish it was just like a board that would just automatically loot it for you so you didn't have to just physically walk every space. Time to roll again. But yeah, I'm just doing it on both of my accounts at the same time. Wait, my ult got teleported to an instance? What are these instance spots? Alright, let me get to where my ult stays rolled. Alright, it's just kinda boring going around collecting the things, but bro, that's only one spot. Well, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens, right? Alright, let me go roll the next thing. Alright, next roll.
Awaiting command.
But yeah, now we just gotta go roll again. Alright, and then we're over here. And then we roll again. Alright. Back on the same space. But yeah, I'm just like alternate clicking between windows on my accounts. But yeah, I guess this is like a nice, easy way to get points. At least for the event. It's not the greatest way, but at least it's easy.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Now it's this way. Alright, give me a sec.
Target eliminated.
Alright, we roll again.
Awaiting command.
Alright, near the end of the board again. Alright, let's see. Where's the dice? Thingy, there it is. Yeah, it'd be so much nicer if they would like just auto load it. So I could just spam click all my dice. If only. Alright, and then I loot this one. Alright, both of my accounts got this one now. To loot the chests in here. Okay. And then we roll again. Alright, gonna roll on my hold. At least I only have like half my dice left. Roughly around half. Right, just burning through them all.
Target eliminated.
But yeah, at least this is an easy event to do. Right, at least it's easy. But yeah. That's true, I guess it can be a bit dicey. In a way. Do 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 do. Oh, 1 sec.
Awaiting command.
is it? Oh, fuck. Alright, then we just keep going around. Like, that's one way to do it. But hey, at least it gives a bunch of the event coins. I should check to see how much I have at now. Or that I have now, or whatever. How much am I at? Oh, I can't even check the event tab thing while I'm in here. I have to exit the island first. That is so Papega. Alright, let me get my ult all the way around now. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It'll remind me when I hit the cap. But will I hit the cap first, or will I run out of dice? Who knows?
Target eliminated.
And I'm doing secret letters and Duet Night Best at the same time. Oh fuck, I'm stuck. God damn it, Lana. Right, they needed Step Bro to help. Why does it always give me the maze? It doesn't seem all that amazing. Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, for once it gives me something that isn't the maze. So at least there's that. Damn. That's... Alright, I gotta do something about those people there that are trying to sell commissions. Like, I wonder how many of them are just like AI generating stuff. I mean, they're like, oh, I'm gonna go sell this, that, whatever. I wonder how many of them are like actually just doing AI generated stuff. I do wonder. Especially because, like, of how accessible and easy it is to kind of get that stuff going. Right? But yeah, a con artist. Yeah, that's true. They're a special type of artist. A con artist. True. I mean, like, I've heard about it, like, there's, like, a bunch of, people doing that type of stuff. Even. There's, like, so many, fake artists with their, like, AI-generated art, selling commissions these days. It's crazy. Like, actually. Because, like, sure, to some extent there are some legit ones, but, like, there's so much AI stuff out there these days, and it's, like, not hard. Right? Comfy UI and stuff to get started, and you can, like, run local LLMs. And there's, like, so many different, models in there that you can choose between to try at least differentiate at this point. But, like, yeah. It's crazy. But that's the world we live in. Unfortunately, and that's why our RAM prices, SSD prices, and GPU prices are fucked. Yeah. He's not even flying, that's falling. That's not even flying, that's falling. Okay? It's not even flying, it's falling. Okay, there's a thing for cooking, so I'm gonna do that. To get more dice. But yeah. Gotta get all this stuff done. I'm still a ways off from maxing it out, damn.
Target eliminated.
Bruh. What do I have to fucking do to get the next tier?
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
How many do I have to buy left? It's so dumb. I have to like buy shit that I'm like never gonna use.
Awaiting command.
Bruh. And that's still not enough? Wait, let me just calculator it out. 36825 minus 27.
Target eliminated.
This will only have 9,000 left. But 1085. Divide that by 30. 42.
Awaiting command.
Bruh, that is so fucked. Alright, just so I can get the thing unlocked,
Target eliminated.
I had to buy some of those things. Alright, let's see. Complete cooking once. Alright. At least I got 3 more dice. But yeah.
Awaiting command.
Alright, time to buy everything on my ult as well. Where's the dice? Ah, great. Where is it? Fuck. Oh, it's there. Alright, give me a sec. Just gonna put myself in the indoor bed. Lucky Flip is also soloable? Okay. Oh yeah, I still have to do the slot machine thing as well. That's kind of a pain. Alright, let me get these. So that one piece is level 80 now. Okay. Oh, I need to do my remaining dice rolls on my ult. At least the dice roll thing is easy too. Oh, I thought I cooked the dice. The fuck? I did one cooking. But yeah, like I even have, like still have this shit to do. How many different stickers are there? Just two? This box 3? What about box 3? But yeah, there's like a lot of stuff I need to get done here. Really wish I didn't do this event. Because it's so annoying. The freaking slot machine shit. Because you gotta like keep track of everything. I almost have everything. Is there anything from Cargo Rush or no? Anything special in Cargo Rush? Or can I just ignore it? What profile card? There's a profile card in Cargo Rush? What even is Cargo Rush? But yeah. And we'll just get those things done tomorrow. Right, it's already 2 a.m. I gotta do the Snowbreak stuff. We've been here for like 2 hours. How do we even get box 2? Oh, we gotta do a lucky flip? Okay. How many times you gotta do lucky flip for a box? Alright, well, we gotta get them done. Where's the coupon thingies? Fuck, I have to like open the coupons first. Which one is that? Oh, here. I have to open it on my alt as well. Alright, now we gotta do some matching. But yeah. Okay. So we just wanted to time out then. Alright, let's get on in. But yeah, like, these events are kind of annoying. And it sucks that they put them all, like, now. Oh well, it is what it is. Do, 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 do. Oh wait, the illusion of choice mod is still here. I forgot I had that mod. It's such a lie. The freaking flipping thingies don't matter. They don't mean anything. Right, it is a big scam. Right, like, there's no point in me looking at them either. Right, like, you can see what it's doing. Alright. Schrodinger's card, yeah. Unfortunately. But hey, that's a good name for a cat. The best name for a pet cat. Don't you agree? Bruh. Alright, now we go again. Oh, there's other people doing it too. Do 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 do. Whatever, we'll let them pick. Alright, I'll let them pick. Alright, you know what? Really? What's your curse rotation this time? What the fuck? Why are you doing curse benediction? Alright, one sec. Alright. Got my stretch done. Okay, they got another boss. Okay. But yeah, we'll let them pick. It's not like I need to do anything. Right, because I can just sit here and click on the stuff on the Midnight Abyss thing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, there's another round. Cool. But why use Lana in that benediction setup? Why Lana? So, bruh. Okay then. Sure. No, I don't have CN version. Why aren't they picking? Why aren't they picking? Alright, let's see the scam. How will we get scammed this time? Scammed. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, Brevi and her wasteful discharge. Rip. Alright, we gotta go match another one. Oh wait, I clicked the wrong button. Roof. Oh yeah, I still need to climb Bygone and stuff on my ult. They have Lana now on my ult at A6, so I should do the thing. Right, because they have anal A6. Okay. I hate how, like, just this whole thing is a lie. Like, bruh. Why can't it just be correct? If you follow the correct thing, you get whatever's there. I don't understand why they needed to, like, add RNG into this shit. Alright, on to the next one. Wow. Instead of the SR, it gets us kicked out. Why'd they have to rerun this one too? No, the mod isn't bugged, it's a thing. It's the illusion of choice, man. It's the illusion of choice. It's an illusion. Okay, let's see. let's see. Special prize there. Bruh. The fuck is this shit? This event sucks. Why'd they have to like pick some of the worst shit to rerun? Right, it's like they picked all of the worst things to rerun. Wait, what? I didn't even look at Saladin or in her test. But okay then. I didn't even have the chance to look at that. Oh wait, what the fuck? She has 25% res ignore now? I mean, it was already double ultimate Lettuces, but yeah. Kind of. I'm not surprised. Rip Carrot, though. It's funny, because it's like, Carrot is there, and then it's like, what happened with Carrot? Yeah. I mean, I had a maxed Void Piercer, though. I have maxed Anal and maxed Void Piercer. Oh yeah, that means you also hit the Shred cap. Oh, the Res Ignore cap. Yeah, they had a weird one of 30%. It's just like, nope, never mind. It's back to 50. Yeah, it is very ridiculous. Just bench all of flame, put salady, and then you're good to go. Bruh, now is it's only if you get it right, you survive. I hate this shit. Okay. Okay, I got more of these to get done. Alright. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Well, with Legis's, it doesn't help how she doesn't do anything off field for DPS, so there's that too. Yep. Why would it give me the freaking SR1? I hate these stupid fucking things. Wow, this piece of shit fucking event mode thing. Bruh. This event is awful, man. It's so awful. Why'd they have to rerun this shit? They should have never had it in the first place. Alright, let them go do the thing. It's so annoying the card shows up, but like, you can't get it. Wait. What is this grand prize? We got 10 shards of something. Wait, what is the grand prize? What is it? Wait, is the complete cosmetic? Wait, where is the cosmetic? No. That's half of it. Oh, we gotta keep going. It's still annoying that I gotta win 5 more of them. Alright, it's still annoying. Okay. Yeah, not actually scammed for once. I still need to win it 4 times. Alright, come on. Okay. And then we're scammed again. And scammed. Alright, let me just check the shop on my ult. And then we match again. Yeah, the event store has always just been kinda, well, let's keep going. Alright, let's go roll again. Alright, gotta do another one. And of course, we're scammed again. Because of course we're scammed. When are we not scammed on this? Alright, scammed again. Alright, let's go get scammed again. Alright. Scammed again. Oh, we're just stuck waiting. Wait, how many runs have I done of this shit now? How many? Way too many to count. Might as well be over 9,000. Wait. Right, like how many times have I done it?
It's over 9,000!
Alright. As how many times? Alright, now for another one. Alright, time for another round of getting scammed. Alright, let's get scammed again. Don't you just love getting scammed, guys? Yeah, they really should. The whole thing is just pure random. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. God damn it. Alright, come on. Alright, we'll go again. Yeah. It'd be nice if I just got the very big prize. Again, it'd be nice if it would give it to me again. So I could be done with this shit. Because this shit is so boring. We just sitting here. I see. All the tectone stuff is tectone stuff. Not my problem. Alright. And of course, we get scammed again. No. Not today. Oh, how did they fucking hit the thing behind them? Bruh. Get scammed. That's what it is. The game is called Getting Scammed. I mean, Jen shit. You should use the. You should replace it with a J. Like when it was mispronounced before, remember? You should have used that one. Okay. Then we queue up to get scammed again. Alright, well, we'll just let them do all the work. Alright, on to the next one. It is funny though getting reverse scammed. But it's like, you'll get kicked out and then you just don't get kicked out. But yeah. And then I still have to get all this shit done. Yeah, we'll get that done tomorrow. Alright, let's just do Snowbreak stuff now. Right. Oh shit, it accidentally opened off at the same time. Bruh. Alright, let's get Snowbreak stuff done.
Darling. Welcome back. So how's this not so little surprise?
Okay. Then not so little surprise there. Sure. They only had one night to decorate the venue for the succession. Wait, one sec. They only had one night to decorate the venue for the succession ceremony, but the result was lavish by any measure. The ceremony was set up on the open lawn, and to keep all the green from looking too plain, the Enjodi family had practically brought in every flower in the city. Bouquets were spread across the ground in dense clusters, forming a vast carpet of blooms. Whenever the breeze picked up, it sent a lush floral fragrance drifting over everyone. The lemon trees encircling the venue weren't neglected either. Their branches were adorned with clusters of pink and white blossoms. Gossamer fabric streamed down from the treetops, flowing across the lawn before coming to rest in front of the grand piano. The music hadn't started yet, but the noise reached us first, swelling in from all directions. Guests poured in from the docks and helipad, and even more through the estate's front gate, where hundreds of luxury cars lined up to enter the roundabout. Politicians and tycoons in their finest attire gathered around Mrs. Andrade with warm congratulations, then without exception drifted over to me, hoping to at least put a face to the name. I was in the middle of exchanging pleasantries when someone tapped me lightly on the back. I turned to find Acacia looking up at me with a mischievous grin. The guest seemed to pick up on how close we were, and he discreetly stepped aside to give us the space.
Wow, Adjutant. You're looking good in that suit.
Right. What about you? Why aren't you wearing the dress the Andrade family prepared for you?
Pass. Those things are way too thick and heavy. I just can't get used to them.
By the way, are you alone? Where's Cersei?
Beats me. Haven't seen her since this morning, and she hasn't replied to any of my messages. Who knows where she wandered off to? I'm guessing she'll show up once the ceremony starts.
Okay. Maybe. Anyway, I asked Madeline to prepare something special for you two. It's already waiting in your seats. Right, give me a sec.
Something special. What is it?
It's a full set of Golden Breeze real-world location postcards. Okay, figured they'd be right up your alley.
For real? Then I'm opening it right now.
Acacia's eyes lit up like the stars. Just as she was about to dash off, Madeline pushed through the crowd in a hurry, nearly ran into her. I don't know.
Mother-in-law.
Oh. Hmm?
I noticed something off. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but something doesn't feel right.
Okay. She lowered her voice, her gaze sweeping over the nearby guests, alert and wary. What do you mean?
Too many eyes and ears here. Let's talk in Marion's room.
We knocked and Marion opened the door almost immediately, surprised written across her face. Her hair and makeup were mostly done, and a gorgeous dress hung on her rack beside her, waiting for its big moment.
Huh? Isn't it still early for the ceremony?
Madeline says she noticed something weird.
Once we stepped inside, Madeline's usual cheerfulness vanished, replaced by a serious look. It's safe to talk now, so what's going on?
Basically, the guest numbers don't add up. They're way lower than they should be.
You mean they didn't want to come?
No way. Everyone in Lucalan would jump at the chance to be a part of the ceremony. Them suddenly skipping. Impossible.
Okay.
The guests we can't reach all have one thing in common. Their usual route to the manor goes through Lido Island. I don't know if that's actually a lead, though.
Okay.
Also, that girl who came with you.
You mean Cersei?
Yeah, security saw her leaving the manor early this morning and heading toward Lido Island, too.
That does sound pretty sketchy. Think it has something to do with Sophie?
The moment the name came up, the room's atmosphere tightened. Madeline let out an awkward little laugh, trying to break the silence.
Not everything has to involve Sophie, right? Maybe those guests are just running late. Maybe we can just pretend I didn't bring that up?
Okay. No, Lucalan is in a delicate moment right now. Staying cautious is the right call. Acacia glanced at my white suit, tapping a finger lightly against her lips, as if thinking something over.
In that case, I'll go check it out. You stay here and get through the ceremony with Marion.
Her tone was casual, but if this really involved Sophie, letting her go alone would be too dangerous. Before I could answer, Marion was already on her feet, shaking her head firmly.
No, it's too dangerous for Acacia to go alone. You should go with her, Adjutant. Madeline and I can keep things steady here.
She nodded toward Madeline, signaling for her to back her up. But Madeline's frown only deepened as she crossed her arms, fingers tapping restlessly against her arms.
Maybe the three of you should leave together.
Huh? What do you mean?
Actually, Mum and Dad decided that once the ceremony's over, they're sending you to the inland areas of Ulster, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Why? Aren't they going to announce that I'm the new head of the house at
Yeah, I don't know. But hi there, Gauntlet.
Well, they are. But that's just the compromise they made to secure cooperation from the three metro areas. As a symbolic family head, you won't have to deal with the crises in Lugalon. All you need to do is stay safe inland.
By the end, Marion's voice faltered, as if she couldn't convincingly stand by their parents' reasoning.
I see. So that's how it is. And here I thought I'd finally earned their recognition.
Marion let out a short, bitter laugh, her voice tinged with quiet disappointment. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, and the exhaustion from staying up late preparing for the ceremony was beginning to show through her flawless makeup. After a moment of silence, she calmly removed her earrings, then her necklace, placing each piece of jewelry back into its case one by one.
Adjutant, Acacia, let's go. We'll head toward Lido Island and see what we can find.
Huh? Didn't see that coming.
Marion, are you sure about this?
I am. But before that, there's something I need to tell my mother. Adjutant, will you come with me?
Of course.
Then I'll go grab a change of clothes for you, Adjutant. I'll meet you outside.
Okay. Seeing that her sister hadn't lingered in disappointment, Madeline let out a small breath and gave Marion's shoulder a reassuring pat.
Try not to take Mum and Dad's words too much to heart. They just don't want you getting hurt. They want an easier life for you, that's all.
You need to find a girlfriend that can pull off wearing finger-only gloves on one hand and a full arm sleeve on the other. Just like her. That is something.
I'll head back to the venue and make some preparations. If all three of you leave at once, someone has to keep things under control.
Okay. Only Acacia and Madeline had gone. I walked with Marion across the estate grounds towards Mrs. Andrade. As we walked side by side, I noticed how bright and steady her eyes were, clear of any hesitation. I must be looking a moment too long because she caught my glance.
Adjutant, what's on your mind?
I was just wondering, you're both their daughters, but Mr. and Mrs. Andrade treat you two very differently. Even if they're trying to protect you because you're younger, it doesn't really explain everything. But if you'd rather not talk about it, forget I asked.
Oh, so that's what you were thinking about.
A hint of relief passed through her eyes. She slipped her arms through mine as she started to reminisce.
When I was little, I had a congenital issue with my legs and could only move around with power-assisted braces.
Okay.
When Madeline turned 12, the family threw her a grand birthday party. I never went to those parties, but that day, I wanted to surprise everyone.
Okay.
Looking back, the reason I chose that day was rather childish. Simply because there would be more people around. I wanted everyone to see that the Andriotti family's youngest daughter had courage too, and that I could become a strong fighter someday. So I stopped using the braces and practiced walking day and night.
Marion rarely talked about her childhood. Only now did I finally understand the weight behind those few fragments she'd shared before.
I thought if I could be more helpful to my family's business, people might look at me in a new light. But everyone's only interested in the Swift's functionality and stats after all. I'm like a bird that can't stand by itself. I can borrow a beautiful pair of wings and fly non-stop, but that's not me.
Why didn't you tell me any of this before?
At first, I didn't want you looking at me with the same pity my family does. After what we went through, you gave me so much love and warmth that these memories could no longer hurt me. And now, I can tell you the rest of that story without it weighing me down. 2 months later, the grand party went ahead as planned. The manor was just as lively as it is today. I put on my prettiest dress and walked toward my parents, one step at a time, using nothing but my own strength. I could almost see the pride in their eyes. I could feel the whole room ready to see Marion Andrati in a whole new light. And then...
And then what? She drew in a steady breath, forcing her voice to stay even.
I fell. Right in front of everyone. And it was anything but graceful. Mother was horrified. Father was angry. He nearly fired all of my maids on the spot.
Damn.
Madeline didn't blame me at all for ruining her birthday party. She just crouched down and held me while I cried my eyes out. I guess seeing how fragile I was that day made them start protecting me even more afterward. But at the same time, they also took back every expectation they'd ever had for me.
By the time she finished, she had come to a stop, her voice slitting into a hoarse whisper. I couldn't hold it anymore. I reached out, gently ran my hand through her hair, and pulled her into my arms. My Marion, you truly are remarkable. Even after all that neglect, you still fought so hard to become stronger. She let out a soft laugh against my chest.
That's only because you've been such a good teacher. Adjutant, do you remember what you once told me? Once weak and vulnerable, the new Marion now thirsted for control. Free from all constraints, disregarding my status or stance, no longer suppressing my true self. I need you to give me a crystal clear command. May I?
Absolutely.
Even now, I still find myself craving your affirmation. Do you truly believe I can lead my family and guide Lucalan toward its own future?
Alright, I do. Marion looked at me, her eyes rimmed red, shimmering with unshed tears.
Thank you. I won't let you down.
She blinked back her tears, refusing to let them fall, as if holding them back was her way of showing her resolve. Hand in hand, we walked across the lawn to a small pavilion. Mrs. Andrade was there with the chief delegates from the other 3 metro areas, chatting and laughing. A stack of documents lay on the table between them, agreements for future cooperation among all 4 metro areas. When she saw what Marion was wearing, her expectation flickered with surprise, though her polished smile stayed perfectly intact.
Marion, what are you doing here?
Marion's gaze dropped to the black onyx ring on her mother's finger. It was the Andrade heirloom, the ring that should have been resting in a velvet box, ready to be placed ready to be formally placed in Marion's hands later. The three chief delegates glanced at me, then at Marion. Realization dawned immediately. They gestured for their aides to gather up the documents.
Miss Andriotti, perhaps it would be best to continue this discussion after Miss Marion formally assumes her new position.
Ah, Miss Marion, Mr. Adjutant. A quick note. The borders of the 3 metro areas have been fully reopened. Citizens of Lucalan are now free to cross at any time.
Okay. Thank you for your support.
Please, the honor is ours. We look forward to deepening our cooperation with Cathode Technologies and Yggdrasil.
We'll take our leave for now. Miss Marion, Mr. Adjutant, Mrs. Andriotti, until next time.
Watching the three chief delegates walk away, Mrs. Andrade's smile remained, though there was a trace of resignation in it now.
Marion, what do you think you're doing?
Even outsiders have started treating me as the head of the family, yet my own family only wants me to be a puppet. Mother, do you really think that's right?
The weight of that position is far too heavy for you. You're not ready to shoulder it, Marion.
If that's how you see it, then what meaning does this succession ceremony even hold? The adjutant and I will be leaving.
Stop where you are. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to disgrace this entire family?
No.
I don't care what other people think. And I don't care whether my own family acknowledges me or not. Mother, the reactions of those chief delegates just now made everything clear. It's already undeniable who stands as the leader of this family. So right now, I simply need to go do what I must and what I choose. Adjutant, let's go.
Just as she took my hand and turned to leave, Mrs. Andrade suddenly shot to her feet.
Adjutant, are you really going to indulge this wayward child of mine?
Honestly, between the two of you, I think you're the wayward one. Hearing that, Marion couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ignoring her mother entirely, she took my hand and pulled me forward, her steps light and quick, like a bird finally taking flight.
Adjutant, I don't know why, but saying it all out loud feels so good.
Then let's run faster, fast enough that none of these doubts and troubles can catch up to us. As we raced across the lawn, every guest turned to stare, shock written across their faces. Then somewhere in the crowd, the champagne tower came crashing down, golden liquid and glass shards scattered in a burst of a rainbow, before like falling like stars. The sharp crackle of shattering glass kept ringing out. I didn't need to look back to know whose spur-of-the-moment mischief that was.
Consider that my little revenge for never taking me seriously.
She cast aside her usual poise, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Every step she took felt like it was lifting her off the ground, and she looked bright enough bright enough now to rival the sun itself. It didn't take long for the Andrade's state security team to swarm in from all directions. Acacia hurried over, clutching my change of clothes.
What's going on?
Long story short, getting out of here won't be as easy as we thought.
There are too many people at the main gate. We should head for the dock and take a speedboat.
Alright then, let's make a run for it. Once the security team realized where we were headed, they split up and reformed into a long, narrow line that threaded through the estate's side paths. Their synchronized footsteps grew louder and louder behind us, closing in fast, but just as they were about to catch up, a wave of startled cries erupted. The entire squad toppled like dominoes, crashing into one another until they hit the ground in a spectacular heap. At the rear of our group, Acacia shook her head with the most innocent look, making it clear she had absolutely nothing to do with it. Let's make the most out of this and get to the dock in one go. Only after we were far out of sight, the real culprit, Madeline, quickly drew her foot back. She cleared her throat and put an over-the-top angry expression to wash her hands or feet of any suspicion.
Hurry up and catch them. Under no circumstances can the Andriotti family be disgraced.
Yes, Miss Madeline.
By the time the security team scrambled up and stumbled after us, not a shred of anger remained on Adeline's face. Instead, a triumphant smile tugged her at her lips.
What would they do without me?
As she muttered, the distant roar of a speedboat engine drifted over from the dock. She nodded, satisfied, then her smile settled into a more composed emotion as she began strolling back toward the venue. Alright, let's put in Etchel again for healing.
Behold, my transformation. Piece of cake.
There are too many guards over there. Adjutant, Acacia. Let's circle around from the side.
Give me a sec.
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks. Yeah. Pass me the ammo, darling. Transphase core. Wax. Mission accomplished. Let's save, darling. HP fully restored.
Let me just click on the left thing over here.
Noobs. The docks should be up ahead, yeah?
That's right. Once we get on a speedboat, they won't be able to catch up.
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks. Mission accomplished. Let's save, darling.
Alright, that stage is cleared.
Glad you like it, darling.
On to the next one.
Game start. accomplished. Let's save, darling. Come to think of it, your family estate is way too big. We've been running forever, and there's still no sight of the docks.
Please just bear a little stretch left.
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks.
Give me a sec.
Transphase core. Wax. Noobs. Piece of cake. HP fully restored.
Oh, now we go this way.
Special targets appearing in mass outbreaks. Slash!
Oh no. There aren't any speedboats ready. Not long, but the guards are almost here.
Just go get the speedboat. The adjutant and I will hold them off. Send them all to Builder Island. Noobs. HP fully restored. Is the password 123456?
Alright, we need to get over there.
Yeah. Noobs. Huh. Slash. Huh. Slash. Huh. Slash. Dev fund secured. Transphase core. Wayne. Noobs. Huh. Flash.
The boat's here.
Adjutant, time to exit the scene. Transphase. Adjutant, time to go full turbo. Woohoo!
Alright. And then we go on the boat.
Miss! Miss! Hurry! Stop them! Miss! Move! Out of my way!
What the hell is with those graphical glitches when it's loading? There's some graphical glitches there.
Is that a...
Ooh, just like a log flume. I love these.
Yeah.
Hmm? Glad you like it, darling.
Alright, on to the next one. After leaving the Andrade Manor, we followed the river back toward Lutalon's coastal district. There were no pursuers in sight on both banks. People hurried past with suitcases and baggage carts, heading for the border.
Looks like we finally shook them off.
According to Madeline, the direction Cersei went and the route those missing guests took both lead to the same place. So, what exactly is Alito Island? Yeah, if the guests from there didn't come.
Lido Island is just what the locals used to call it. Its official name now is Chongfu Street. It's a district built in the traditional Shuazhou style, founded by the merchants from Shuazhou who were the first to sail to Lugalan to trade.
Okay.
If we take a gondola, it's about a half-hour ride.
After Marion's brief explanation, we switched to a passing gondola and headed for Chongfu Street. The small boat rocked gently beneath us as it drifted into the canal, carrying the three of us toward their destination. Just like last time, we hadn't gone far when Madeline's voice floated through the speakers.
Chongfu Street was completed in 2022, but its history stretches far beyond 40 years. It used to be called Lido Island. Sitting at the edge of Lugalan, it became the first place Shuozhou merchants set foot when they arrived by sea. Shipments of porcelain and tea were unloaded here in great quantities.
Don't tell me Madeline recorded a narration for every sightseeing spot in Lugalan.
More or less. She even updates them each year, depending on how the area changes.
Sounds like she's really passionate about running the tourism business. As Marion and I chatted, I sent Cersei several messages asking where she was, but there was no reply at all. Before long, Shufu Street came into view. Just as Marion had said, this part of Lugalan felt completely different from the coastal district. Lugalan's usual timber and stone buildings were now lined with red pillared walkways and gray tiled roofs. The most striking of all were the little stone foxes perched atop the tiered eaves. Back when I visited Shuzo, I saw plenty of rigid beasts. Lions, dragons, but foxes, this is a first.
Take a closer look, Adjutant. They're not ordinary foxes.
After, at her words, I looked at the stone beasts again. Sure enough, each fox had 9 cloud-like tails fanned out behind it.
Shuozhou merchants have traded in Lugalan for over 1,000 years. Along with silk and porcelain, they also brought their faith in the 9-tailed divine fox. Legend has it that this deity brings blessings of good fortune and prosperity.
Okay. Once the boat finally docked, our light-hearted conversation tapered off. The three of us slowly made our way toward the largest memorial archway in Chongfu Street, our nerves tightening with every step. At a glance, the street was bustling. People wandered in small groups, content smiles on their faces. Speakers along the roadside played light, cheerful music, the slightly grainy sound reminding me of old radio Acacia kept in her quarters. Everything before us looked placid and harmonious, yet with a deadly flood looming, the ordinary scene felt unsettlingly eerie.
Why are there so many people here?
Marion moved a few steps ahead, scanning the crowd. A few minutes later, she returned to my side with a grave expression. Alright.
Quite a few of them are guests my family invited to the ceremony. What's stranger is that most of them are on the older side. Why would they all be here instead of at the ceremony?
As we were puzzling over it, Acacia tugged at my sleeve and showed me something in her hand. It was a brightly colored flyer. The background covered Shuzo-style street with bold lettering splashed across the front. Chongfu Street Retro Fair. Journey back to the 20s. Where'd you get that?
Picked it up off the ground. Looks like they're holding some kind of fair here.
I took the flyer from her and looked over the text and pictures in it. The 20s, a time that already felt distant. Because of Javosis and the Descent, modern art and culture had been cut off from the traditions of the old era, leaving a rift that's almost impossible to bridge. I never would have guessed that, aside from Acacia, there were still people in this world trying to bring back the past back to life. A sudden burst cracked above us as we looked up to see tiny party poppers strung along the streetlights. When they burst, a shower of confetti rained down, covering the entire street in a glittering curtain. On top of that, the rose-colored mist began to spill from the poppers, coating the pavilions and rooftops in a soft, dreamlike sheen. The sparkling haze blurred my vision, and a faint raspberry scent seeped in, spreading through my senses until I felt like I was drifting in a rose-tinted sea. When the dizziness finally ebbed, an inexplicable joy welled up from deep inside me, and everything in Chongfu Street suddenly seemed warm and inviting. But the feeling lasted only a heartbeat before Marion and Acacia both clamped their hands over their mouth and noses, scanning the area with wary eyes.
These smells and sounds feels like they're messing with our heads.
I feel it too. Adjutant, what do we do next?
Looks like some kind of mind control is at play. Since it didn't work on us, let's hold back for now and observe. As the rose-colored mist slowly thinned, a petite familiar figure emerged beneath the archway.
Chief? And Acacia? Marion? What are you doing here?
Acacia and Marion froze for a moment, but their shock quickly turned into relief at seeing a familiar face. A hint of surprise crossed Cersei's face too. She faltered for a moment, then forced a strained smile.
Are you here for the retro fair too? It's actually pretty fun.
Adjutant.
Yeah, we were just looking around a bit. A deep, heavy bell tolled, each strike reverberating straight through my mind. All around us, visitors wore blank smiles, as if they'd gone completely lost in atmosphere.
Want to check it out together?
Before I could answer, Cersei had already turned and started ahead of us. Acacia and Marion leaned in close, whispering under their breath.
The adjutant's right. The visitors here are under some kind of mental influence. That's probably why they're still hanging around Chongfu Street. And Cersei, she seems affected too. Could Sophie be behind this?
I didn't answer right away, with every clue pointing at the same conclusion. A knot tightened in my chest. Watching Cersei's fragile figure ahead of us, I couldn't tell whether I wanted my suspicion to be right or wrong. For now, let's just play along. Whoever's behind this will slip up sooner or later.
Play along?
We act like the visitors, enjoy the place, pretend we're having fun. As far as everyone knows, we're just tourists.
Got it. So basically, we just chill and have a good time. Easy.
The girls caught on immediately, their shoulders eased, and the alertness in their eyes softened. Chatting and laughing, we walked under the archway and headed deeper into Chongfu Street. Cersei glanced back at us, her smile looked a little less unnatural than before. Inside Chongfu Street, narrow alleys crisscrossed with wider lanes in every direction. When I looked up, rows of painted lanterns and bamboo umbrellas were swayed overhead, adding unmistakable Shuzo flair to the place. The waterways here were too narrow for gondolas to get through, so the locals built 24 small bridges across them instead. Each bridge had a light strip fixed beneath it, and once night fell, the bridges and their reflections joined to form 24 moons. To reach the main street, we had to cross a long stretch of road, and the organizers had set up something special there. A few odd-looking vehicles sat parked at the start of the road, and an event staff member immediately waved at us over as we approached.
Welcome to the Retro Fair. This is the time machine pickup point. Ride it across the road and you'll be whisked straight into the past.
Okay. If you ask me, these weird little carts don't look like a time machine in the slightest.
Adjutant, that's where you're wrong. This is exactly what time machines looked like back in the day.
Okay, so they look like carts? Sure. Before I could even react, Acacia had already hopped into the driver's seat, looking absolutely thrilled. She drove the time machine in circles around us, honking the horn to hurry us aboard. Okay. You could technically call it a vehicle since it had wheels, but it was really just a moving plank, no seats, not even a handhold. It felt less like a design choice and more like an unspoken quirk people of that era simply accepted. Not really seeing the appeal, we climbed onto the plank as carefully as we could, holding on to the driver's seat just to stay balanced.
All right, everyone ready? Here we go.
Alright. She eased the control lever forward and started humming a bright little tune, her eyes crinkling into crescents. There might have been a bit of acting involved, but Acacia seemed really happy. The time machine wasn't fast, but it jolted and swayed as it rolled along. Miriam braced herself against me, while Cersei looked like she was barely she could barely stay upright. Cersei, if you're having trouble keeping your balance, you can hold on to my shoulder.
Huh?
After a long moment, a pair of delicate, trembling hands finally came to rest on my shoulders. She didn't dare grip, just lightly caught the fabric of my coat between her fingers.
Thank you, Chief.
Her soft thanks reached my ear. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her cheeks flushed and a small, shy smile tugged at her lips, as if something quietly wonderful had just happened.
Hey, so why is this retro fair set in the 20s? Any reason?
Mostly to celebrate Chongfu Street's 40th anniversary. The residents gathered old items to recreate the look and feel of life back then.
Life back then, huh? I hadn't lived through it myself, but from Acacia's stories and bits and pieces recorded in old books, it sounded like a pretty good time. What do you mean? What do you mean it sounded like a good time? There was COVID, and then there was the whole, then we have the whole AI shit. AI slop stuff taking over. GPU, RAM, SSD prices all going crazy. Right, and now we're having everything that uses any of those things go up in price. Javosis hadn't yet broken out on a large scale. Most people didn't even know such an incurable illness existed and lived simple, happy lives. The Descent and the Titans hadn't touched their world either. No wonder people back then could devote themselves so freely to art and culture. As we drifted into thoughts of the past, the scenery of the main street unfolded before us, and the crowd thickened up ahead. The first thing that caught my eye was the neon signs clustered together almost like fish scales. Most had no text, just retro-style line art. Bright and bold, they splashed across the otherwise gray alleyways. The air carried a faint sweetness, and every so often, tiny orange sparks drifted by. Tracing the source of those warm flecks of light, I spotted a food stand. The coals burned bright beneath roasting sweet potatoes, their scent inviting. Beside them, the vendor operated an unfamiliar foot-pedaled machine. Its course spun round and round, spitting out a soft, fluffy strands of sugar. With a twist and a lift of a bamboo stick, those strands gathered into a perfect little cotton-like cloud. Oh.
Adjutant, look! Cotton candy!
Acacia parked the time machine and ran toward the food stall. In no time, 3 cotton clouds were bobbing in front of us, with Acacia's bright, sunny grin peeking out from behind them.
Try it. This was a popular little snack back in my time. But the vendor said she's almost out of sugar, so she could only make 3. One for Marion, one for Cersei, and Adjutant, you and I can share this one.
Okay. It wasn't like I've never had cotton candy before. Back at Igistrel, we even had someone in logistics who was really good at making it. But compared to Jinglin's filled cotton candy, the one in my hand felt more like a fluffy cloud. I wasn't even sure where to take my first bite. Cersei stuck her tongue out a little, taking tiny, careful licks. Marion, ever the refined one, pinched off a thin piece before placing it in her mouth. I thought the girls were overreacting with how careful they were, but the moment I took a bite, I realized they weren't exaggerating at all. The instant my lips touched the cottony cloud, it collapsed, burying my entire face in fluffy, sugary strands. By the time I finally managed to get a mouthful, my eyebrows and cheeks were streaked with white. Acacia's burst into laughter.
Adjutant, how did you end up like that? Come here, let me clean you up.
With that, Acacia grabbed the front of my clothes and pulled me down toward her. As soon as she could reach my face, she leaned in. Her warm, damp tongue swept lightly across my cheek and carrying the sticky sweetness away with it.
Hogging all the sweetness for yourself isn't very decent, Acacia.
Huh? I wasn't hogging. I made sure everyone got their own cotton candy.
I wasn't talking about the cotton candy, and you know that.
Marion said that with a smile, but her brows dipped subtly, a quiet threat beneath her expression. She leaned in as well, mirroring what Acacia had just done, and left a faint trace of her own scent on the spots Acacia couldn't reach.
Adjutant, I'm gonna check out that newsstand. Wanna come?
Adjutant, would you accompany me to the boutique? I'd like to pick out some souvenirs.
The 2 girls stood on either side of me, neither willing to back down. Just as the tension peaked, Cersei's soft voice drifted in.
Maybe you could go to the newsstand first, and then buy souvenirs?
Okay.
Or buy souvenirs first, and then...
No!
Damn, they're like, nope. They don't want to cooperate.
If Marion wants to fight me for the adjutant, then she'll have to beat me fair and square in a competition.
Acacia crossed her arms, throwing down her challenge with all the swagger she could muster.
Oh? And what exactly are we competing in?
There's an arcade over there. Let's let the machines decide. Winner gets dibs on the adjutant's time.
Are you sure this is even remotely fair?
Fine. I'll play.
I thought Marion would turn down such a lopsided match, but she agreed without a moment's hesitation. There was a spark of excitement in her eyes. We followed the 2 contestants into the arcade. Acacia slid into a seat in front of the cabinet. Like it was second nature, she flexed her fingers and started checking the joystick, and... even after she finished her whole pre-game ritual, Marion still made no move to sit down.
Let's go over the rules again. If you lose the game, I win, right?
Okay then. I already figured out, from that intentional phrasing, what Marion was getting at, but Acacia, too absorbed in the machine in front of her, failed to notice the trap.
Yeah, exactly.
In that case, Adjutant, could I ask you to play for me?
A sweet smile curled at her lips as she tugged lightly at my arm. She looked so cute that it was impossible to turn her down.
That's cheating.
But I just checked the rules with you, remember? The rules never said I couldn't have the Adjutant play for me.
Ugh, I let my guard down and totally fell for that.
She frowned, grumbled over it for a moment, then slipped back into her usual nonchalant look and patted the stool behind her, beside her, motioning for me to sit.
Don't think bringing the Adjutant in means you've already won.
Alright, since you've both agreed to this, let's begin. The arcade cabinet looked like something straight out of a bygone era. Each one built to run just a single game. As I settled into the seat, I skimmed the description on the cabinet. The game was called Kettlehead. 2 players each controlled the kettle, in a duel firing shots from its spout. Each kettle had 3 HP, and judging by how eager Acacia looked, she probably already planned to take me out without losing a single HP.
Ready?
Sure. A lively piece of background music kicked in, and our kettleheads burst into motion across the screen. As the pro gamer she was, Acacia didn't bother testing the waters and jumped straight into an all-out offensive. I kept experimenting with different combos while dodging every shot, noticing that I was still on the defensive. Acacia pressed her advantage and fired off a volley of homing rounds.
Pew pew, pew pew.
Her fingers danced across the buttons as she added her own sound effects to every shot she fired. Her relentless attacks even made the 2 girls watching tense up. They both leaned in toward my screen, the lips pressed tightly as if afraid I'd get blown away any second.
Adjutant, you can't dodge forever, you know.
You're right, and that's why it's my turn to attack. It only took me a few seconds to figure out the attack patterns. I even had a battle plan mapped out in my head. Maybe I was overthinking it, but when you're already playing against Acacia, going all in is kind of mandatory. Her homing shots hit hard, but the cooldown was long. The moment I saw an opening, I dashed through a blind spot, closed the gap in an instant. Up close was the perfect moment for a blast shot. It was slow, short-ranged, but dealt heavy damage. And then bam. A giant blue bubble slammed into Acacia's kettlehead, sending it flying. Just like that, I landed the first hit of the match.
That was incredible! You're amazing, Adjutant.
Hearing Marion's praise, Acacia didn't sulk. She just flashed a mischievous grin. Her fingers blurred across the buttons in midair. She broke out of a hit stun, charged up, and then fired a heavy shot. The shot came from an angle that was impossible to dodge, and I barely had time to reposition after my attack, so I could only take it head on and lose 2 HP.
Don't underestimate me. I've been playing this since I was a kid.
Wait, they were playing Cuphead? Okay. They were playing bootleg Cuphead. But I don't remember Cuphead having PvP. After landing that hit, Acacia only got bolder. She poured the rest of her energy into a wide area barrage that filled the entire screen. With only 1 HP left, all I could do was keep blocking the hits. Acacia's energy bar ran lower and lower. The moment the barrage ended, I dropped my guard, only to realize she'd been baiting me the whole time. Okay.
I knew you'd try to counter right there.
Her kettlehead squinted angrily, dashed right in front of me. In an instant, she swung a punch straight into my face. Alright, KO. All swagger a moment ago, Acacia's kettlehead flopped over with a sad little thud, its eyes and mouth drooping in utter defeat. and the big red KO flashed across the screen. Acacia stared at me in total disbelief, wearing almost the exact same expression as her fallen kettle head.
What the? How did I lose?
Because I used my ult. I tapped the wall of text posted beside the cabinet, and Acacia had squinted to lean into it and read it. The moment I stopped blocking, I fired Ricochet shot. Each bounce doubled the damage. So once I anticipated where you would appear, even taking out 3 HP with one shot wasn't that hard. Okay.
When did you get this good at games?
Well, after spending so much time with you, I've picked up a thing or two. She froze, and whatever frustration was left in her eyes melted into something bright and starry. Her head dipped as she tried to hide the spreading blush behind her hair.
Then I guess the adjutant and I win.
Fine. A bet's a bet. Marion, you get to pick where we're going.
Then let's check out the newsstand first.
Huh?
A contest for the adjutant is one I won't lose. As for where we go first, I don't really mind.
She gave me a playful wink, a sly smile softened by a touch of innocence.
Jeez, do you really have to be so competitive? But if you're fine with that, then let's go. Nothing beats a retro newsstand.
Okay. By the time we stepped out of the arcade, it was already late afternoon. The sunlight had softened and a cool breeze shook a few leaves loose, sending them drifting down. The girl's brisk steps crunched over the fallen leaves. Except for Cersei, her footsteps made almost no sound, quite just like her. Sometimes it felt like she was just a shadow trailing behind us. Cersei? Hearing me call her, she turned, slightly flustered. I was just wondering, with the flood so close, why does everyone here still seem so relaxed, so able to enjoy themselves? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she brushed her hair back over her shoulder and calmly pushed her glasses down up the bridge of her nose. The lenses caught a soft halo of light, hiding her expression.
Why overthink it? You're happy here, and that's good enough, right?
Her voice was soft and sweet. A few simple words were almost enough to melt someone's heart. But a moment later, I caught a glimpse of a pale blue depth that felt bottomless in her eyes.
Adjutant, Cersei, what are you two doing just standing there? Come on over.
When I turned, Acacia and Marion were already standing at a red kiosk, waving us over. Maybe we passed it earlier because it looked kind of familiar, but without Acacia's pointing it out, none of us would have guessed it was a newsstand. To her surprise, the owner looked even younger than us.
Wow, your newsstand's got some serious style, miss.
Please don't call me miss. I'm the curator of this newsstand.
Is that how the locals here talk? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. I glanced at Marion, but she only shook her head just as confused.
That's just how we used to jazz up our titles back in my day. Like, I could be the curator for Project Star Master, and the adjutant could be the curator of dynamic arboreal landscape reconstruction.
Dynamic... what?
It just means he goes around getting rid of the trees in every region. What's so hard to get?
Yeah, people from that era are really hard to understand.
That's impressive. I've never met someone who knows more about that era than I do. Did you learn all that from books?
No way. I know my stuff because I'm actually from that era.
Yeah, right. You look about the same age as me.
The curator muttered under her breath, clearly not taking Acacia's words seriously. The kiosk was cramped, so the curator had to put up some mesh hanging racks to make a little more room for manga and magazines. Most of the books were barely readable, covers torn, pages missing, corners frayed, the print faded into blurry smudges. Acacia looked around and then slowly crouched down, studying the books one by one, A quiet mix of nostalgia and fond memories warmed her eyes. She finally chose one, lifting it and turning the pages slowly and carefully. A puff of old dust drifted out, catching the sunlight and shimmering like gold as it floated into her eyes. I hurried over and gently blew the dust away from her eyes. When it finally cleared, a faint hint of dampness lingered at the corner of her eyes.
It hasn't been that long. How did they get this worn out already?
Hearing her quiet, wistful murmur, the curator scratched her head with a puzzled look.
These were all dug up from the ground. There's no way they'd stay nice and clean. Paper books usually end up like this, but I do have some toys in better shape. Want to take a look?
Alright. She rummaged through a box behind her and placed 4 colorful eggs into her hands.
Here, I call them magic eggs. I'm not really sure how you're meant to play with them, but they make pretty good decorations.
Ah, yes, the Tamagotchi stuff.
This little recessed square. Is that a screen?
Marion and Cersei studied the toys intently but didn't seem to have a clue.
Seriously? These aren't magic eggs. They're Osawachi, a virtual pet device from the old era.
Acacia swiftly pulled a little paper tab from the back of the egg, beeps ranging out one after another, and the screen flickered to life.
This is an electronic device?
You'd never guess just by looking at it.
A jumble of pixels flickered across the screen, quickly forming a little cat that bounced up and down and looked incredibly cute.
You can even feed it and bathe it. And you can connect with other players and make friends.
We had all kinds of fun toys back then. Not like now. People can't put their terminals down for even a second.
Miss, I've been curator. How much for all 4? I'll take 'em.
There's one for me.
A faint blush crept up her cheeks, flustered. She almost handed the Osawachi back without thinking. Of course, I figured it might like something cute like this. She lowered her head with a smile gently. She slipped the Owachi into her pocket and cupped a hand over it, as if shielding something precious.
Oh, please. I couldn't possibly take your money. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have noticed something this interesting.
We're just going through the Snowbreak story. But welcome.
Sometimes I feel like the old days really were nicer. I could see myself living a slow, quiet life, just running a tiny newsstand like this.
Acacia opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came. After a moment, she just gave a small, wistful smile. Many fireworks hanging from the streetlights burst again. Just like before, a cloud of rose-pink smoke drifted outward, tinting the sunset a deeper red. Alright, give me a sec. Under the wash of color, everyone around us broke into a bright, blissful smile. The curator was grinning from ear to ear. But the shy girl among us didn't share any of it. Instead, a faint, cold flicker of satisfaction glinted in her eyes. Mary and Acacia caught the subtle shift instantly. At the same moment, both of them glanced at me. When no one else was looking, I gave a small shake of my head. They understood right away, their expressions settled, and they carried off as if nothing had happened.
Huh. Time really flew today. How is it nearly 7 already?
Probably because everyone had such a good time. Chief, should we find a place to stay and pick it up again tomorrow?
Alright, give me a sec. Sure. I agreed without hesitation. If she wanted us to stay, that meant the evidence supporting my theory should surface soon. Alright, there's progress 6. Oh, there's like a bunch before we get to the next stage again. By the time we reached the inn marked on the map, the sky had faded into a soft pink and blue dusk, with a few faint stars beginning to blink overhead.
Moonlit Retreat. That's such an elegant name.
She lifted her head as if she read the sign aloud. Changfu Street was full of Shuzo-style buildings, but most were really just regular Lukalon houses, lightly refitted to look the part, all looking the same and lacking any real charm. This place, though, stood apart. 2 bamboo lanterns hung beside the dark wooden doors, casting a warm, hazy glow. Ornate lattice windows dotted the gray-blue walls, and through them you could just make out a lotus pond, a waterside pavilion, and Ginkgo swaying in the courtyard.
Is this really an inn? It doesn't feel like one at all.
There, by the door. Is that a sign?
I looked where she was pointing and spotted a nail wedged into a crack in the stone, a thin wooden board dangling from it. A thick layer of dust coated the surface like it had been left there untouched for ages. Up close I could barely make out the sloppy brushstrokes laid down with a Shujo brush pen, lodging this way. It's an inn, alright. Good enough for tonight. As we pushed the door open, a clear silverly laugh drifted down from somewhere above, tugging lightly at everyone's heart.
Every corner of this moonlit retreat was shaped carefully by these humble hands of mine. Yet, in the eyes of the illustrious adjutant, it is merely good enough? How terribly disheartening.
Who's there?
A soft, coquettish voice lingered in the air, brushing faintly against the senses. We looked around, but couldn't pin down where it was coming from. I apologize, I shouldn't have put it that way. Miss Longyan. The moment the name left my lips, the courtyard fell silent. Only the evening breeze whispered through the flowers. After a long pause, a quiet laugh drifted across the yard.
Know my name before ever beholding me. How curious.
You know her?
I don't. More precisely, before we came here, the only impression I had of the name Longyan was...
If my friend from Shoujo is willing to help, our chances will improve significantly.
Do you need me to step in?
She almost never appears in public, and her ways are deliberately discreet. Pushing for a meeting would only backfire. We should wait.
A Shuzo connection, a discreet manner, and now the fact that she'd already knew who I was, everything aligned with what I had suspected. And from what I gathered earlier, Miss Longyan likely commanded resources far beyond anything in a regional conglomerate could muster. As for how I deduced, my gaze drifted across the courtyard again. Moonlit Retreat might appear at first glance to be nothing more than a refined inn, yet a closer look at the details invited awe. The base of the vermilion pillars were carved from fine white jade. The jagged rocks circling the pond weren't common lake stones at all. They were far smoother, almost warm to touch. Even the plants that looked plain beneath the moonlight were rare specimens, black pines, orchids, and other prized varieties. No ordinary innkeeper could afford a splendor like this.
To think I would cross paths with the adjutant on such an ordinary night. What an unexpected delight. Since fate has seen fit to bring us together, might we speak of a little business?
Business can wait until we settled in. I'm sure you'd agree, Miss Longyan.
Then I fear I have been a poor hostess. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
A thin mist rose from the lotus pond, unfurling into a pale ribbon of smoke as its far end lattice windows lit up with a warm, welcoming glow. You girls go on ahead and rest. I still have matters to discuss with her.
Okay. Just don't take too long.
Chief, this innkeeper seems suspicious. Should I?
She lowered her voice, her gaze sweeping warily across the courtyard. It's alright. I can tell she means us no harm.
If you say so.
Once the girls disappeared down the lantern-lit path, the low-lying mist stirred and drifted toward another darker walkway.
This way, if you please, Adjutant.
Following the ribbon of smoke beneath my feet, I noticed a narrow stone path beside the waterside pavilion, easy to overlook at a glance. Potted peonies lined both sides of the walkway, though no longer in bloom. Their strong, arching stems still held a quiet, regal grace. Beyond the path lay a quieter, more secluded courtyard. The carved doors of the central room stood half open, spilling a warm sheet of light across the floor.
No need for ceremony. Do come in, Adjutant.
Her voice no longer sounded distant and ethereal as it had earlier. Now it came clearly from within the room, softened by a languid, velvety drawl. As I pushed the door open, the room's opulence washed over me. On either side of the room stood matching sets of tables and chairs, carved from rare Fabia wood, prized for its faint golden sheen. Rosewood displays shelved lined the walls, holding lustrous porcelain books and scrolls of calligraphy and art. Most striking of all was the bronze ritual vessel displayed at the heart of the shelves. Its ancient form glimmered with a deep green patina, radiating a calm, solemn gravity. I still couldn't see Longyan directly, but through the layers of beaded curtains and gossamer drapes, I could make out her silhouette, half reclined in a languid pose up a chaise lounge. Thin coils of smoke drifted from the censer of solid gold beside her. A fresh, distinctive fragrance spread through the room, lending the lavish space a softer warmth. This incense has quite a distinctive scent.
It's made from pomelo leaves. In the southern reaches of Shuojo, people use them to ward off ill luck.
Okay. You're from Shuozo?
Though I never have once set foot in my homeland, my forebears were merchants of the sea. Once their trade prospered, they chose to remain here. You seem rather curious about me, Adjutant.
Curious isn't the word. I simply prefer to uncover more about the person behind the scenes before I decide whether to trust them.
Oh my, is this your way of chiding me for hiding my face? I'm but a plain, harmless woman, hardly anyone with secrets worth uncovering. And these curtains, they serve only to hide my flaws, nothing more. But if you truly wish to see, then...
She caught the tasseled cord at her side between her fingers and gave it a gentle pull. Strings of jade beads parted like flowing water, shimmering softly as they brushed together. Then the drapes, a wash of pure white and vivid crimson, filled my vision. She lifted her fox-like eyes their corners slightly upturned, light shimmering within them as a faint smile touched her lips. In the blink of an eye, the shadows of nine foxtails unfurled behind her, shifting and wavering in constant graceful motion. The nine-tailed divine fox.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Lan Yen, president of the Lukalon Chamber of Commerce, holder of all the land in Chongfu Street, and, of course, mistress of the Moonlit Retreat. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. The entire Lukalon's water network is also under my care.
Okay.
Now, with that much revealed, have I earned at least a measure of your trust?
Tell me about the arrangement between you and the Andrade family.
Oh, so they haven't told you yet? I suppose that is only natural. They are still waiting on my word after all.
She let out a soft laugh, giving the folding fan a slow, languid shake. At some point, the drifting smoke had slipped away, leaving my view of her clear. The peony embroidery on the screen behind her caught the light with a soft sheen, lending her presence stately, regal splendor.
I hear you've only been in Lukalon for 2 days, Adjutant. Have you come across the catalytic freezing units in the city yet?
Yep. I have.
In essence, this system disperses nanocrystal catalyst into the water, while directing excess heat into the heat barrels positioned along the city's perimeter. The barrels are ferried by boat, and once they have absorbed sufficient heat, they are dispatched into the open sea.
So you intend to use the system to freeze the floodwater?
Provided the water level does not rise beyond 6 meters. And to keep it within that threshold, I will have to part with roughly 3,200 gondolas.
Her slender fingers idly toyed with the strand of her snow-white hair. The gesture steeped in quiet allure, yet her eyes held a cold, calculating gleam. This arrangement is between you and the Andrade family. What does that have to do with me?
For a merchant, seeking profit is only natural. This plan carries considerable risk for the chamber. Yet what the Andriotti family has offered me thus far is scarcely worth the effort. However, if the adjutant is willing to provide something more fitting to the risk I shoulder, not only will I see the plan through, I'll commit twice as many ships.
Okay. And what is it you want? A faint crease formed between her brows as she touched the fan lightly to her lips. Only after a long reflective pause did she release a soft laugh.
As of now, nothing comes to mind that I truly desire. So, why not consider it a favor you owe me? When I have decided what I want, I'll come and claim it. How does that sound?
A favor is the hardest debt to repay.
But if a single favor can secure an entire city's safety, that is a worthwhile bargain by any measure. Besides, the rose-haired girl at your side caused no small trouble for the people of Chongfu Street.
Okay.
I'm willing to overlook it. For now, all I ask is that you offer me an explanation when the time comes.
Her voice turned suddenly cold and sharp. A sharp flare of anger lit her eyes. Behind her, the shadows of the nine-tailed fox writhed in a brief, rippling surge. But the moments passed as swiftly as it came, and Longan slipped back into her earlier languid grace. Like she said, if a single flavor can buy Luculon an extra measure of safety, then it's a fair exchange. Alright, I accept. With that, I rose to my feet and started toward the door. Longan paused, clearly surprised. She slipped off the chaise without bothering to reach for her shoes. Her bare feet, pale as carved jade, stepped on the floor.
Leaving already, Adjutant? I was just thinking of serving you a rather special tea.
You asked for an explanation. I intend to provide it. As for the tea, send it to our room. My footsteps faded into the night beyond the courtyard. Longyan lingered where she stood, fingers rising lightly to her lips. A soft, lifting laugh escaped her.
So, the legendary hero I've heard so much about turns out to be surprisingly easy to get along with.
Before I even reached the guest rooms, Acacia had already heard my footsteps. She leaned from the doorway, her little head poking out.
Adjutant, over here. The three of us are sharing this room tonight. Cersei's taking the one next door.
As Acacia opened the door for me, a little fox-shaped robot slipped in. It must have been hiding in her blind spot earlier, since she clearly hadn't noticed it until now.
Huh?
The mechanical fox managed to balance a large tray atop its round head, magnetically locked in place. 4 steaming cups of milk tea sat nearly arranged on the tray. So the special tea Longin mentioned was milk tea? The little fox trundled up on the table, but with no mechanical arms to set the drinks down. Its eyes began flashing red, as if begging for someone to help it. Cersei hurried over, lifting the cups off the tray one by one before setting them neatly on the table. Only then did the fox seem satisfied, trundling off again.
What's up with this little robot? It doesn't even have a voice system. Even Gigi is more advanced than that.
Gigi's going to be heartbroken when he hears that.
Chief, what were you talking about with the innkeeper just now?
Adjutant, there's a note for you on the tray.
Okay. Marion's lips curved into a smile, her eyes narrowing into a cheerful crescent. With that single line, she neatly deflected the question from me. Cersei rubbing her nose awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. I took the note from Marion, written in the same sloppy Shuzo-style brushwork, where the words "Retro Fair Special, Classic Milk Tea." Elegant as she is, her handwriting is a disaster. Before I could even read it aloud, Acacia had already recognized the drink at a glance.
Huh? This is instant milk tea from my time. And it's the classic taro flavor.
What's instant milk tea?
She asked, as she took a cautious sip. Then her brows knitted almost at once, an indescribable look crossing her face as she forced herself to swallow. One look at the flimsy paper cup and plastic straw told me it wasn't made with anything good. No wonder Marion didn't care for it. Acacia, on the other hand, took several delighted gulps before she finally answered.
It's just non-dairy creamer and sweetener mixed together. Add hot water and... ta-da! Milk tea. I used to think it was a little too sweet, but now it tastes perfect. Warm in my stomach and in my heart. Cheap milk tea. Who knew you could taste this good?
Okay. She stretched her arms out and flopped back into the bed with a content sigh. Cersei, however, hadn't touched her cup. It sat exactly where it had been placed. Cersei, you're not having any? Remember you used to really like milk tea, didn't you? I handed the cup to her. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and her fingers' hips trembled as she accepted it.
Yeah, I do.
She lowered her head, holding the cup with both her hands a little too stiffly. Through the strands of rose-colored hair falling from over her face, I saw her bite her lower lip, her breath growing unsteady.
Chief, I'm feeling a little tired. I'm going back to my room. You should all turn in soon too.
She stood up abruptly, her voice trying to sound steady but fraying at the very end. The moment the door clicked softly shut behind her, her composure collapsed. She almost fled down the hall to the farthest guest room. She leaned against the cold wall, yet in the heat in her face refused to fade. Looking down at the steaming cup in her hands, she found herself smiling before she even realized it. And that smiling only grew brighter, wilder, laced with sweetness, and with something feverish and obsessive beneath it.
So he remembers. Then he's still the same person he used to be, right?
She kept asking herself the same questions, searching for traces of the man he'd once been. Those questions drifted like feathers that didn't belong anywhere. They wandered through the long years, and finally settled on a snowy day 6 years ago. Back then, Midgard had just survived the descent. Panic and despair spread through the city like a plague, yet none of it ever seemed to touch Cersei. Her only regret was that the cafe where she always met her chief was about to close for good. She glanced at the closing permanently notice taped onto the window, let out a soft, helpless sigh, and made her way to the usual table, her steps light and quick. She had 2 pieces of good news she could not wait to share with him. First, she had glanced at her manifestation powers through the Adventist crude medical care had nearly killed her in the process. Second, she finally uncovered proof that someone at Yggdrasil's board had been colluding with Adventists, evidence that could help him clear the biggest obstacle on his path to promotion. But after she sat down and shared both pieces of news bubbling with excitement, the man across from her met her gaze with an exhausted look. Cersei, they're sending me to Mistletoe Station soon. Cersei froze. She had slipped up somewhere, but had the board discovered what she had been doing? Rain caught the shock in her eyes and offered a faint, reassuring smile. I volunteered.
Why?
She heard the tremor in her own voice and clutched the hem of her skirt, trying to steady the helplessness rising inside her. There's been a lot of these past days. After the descent, I spent all my time at the stadium organizing the rescue. The scene was devastating. He forced that last word out slowly, as if dragging it from a place he couldn't bury. The Titan leveled everything. The air reeked of blood and of dust, and even things of things burning. For 14 hours straight, I didn't find a single living soul. Any survivors? Can anyone hear me, please? By dusk the next day, I was still standing in the ruins watching the sun dye Midgard blood red. And it struck me, everything we'd been chasing, did any of it even matter? Power, ambition, a seat on the board, all of it felt meaningless in the face of something like that. Cersei stared at him in shock. She tried to open her mouth, but no sound would come. She couldn't even remember how to shake her head, or how to object. Have you heard of someone named Fanny Golden?
Fanny Golden?
Alright, one sec.
Is she a player in the Valkyrie games? I think I've seen her posters all over the streets.
Alright. She was the first survivor I saved. No, more accurately, she was the one who saved me. In the early hours of the third day, she answered me with a small cry, fragile yet fiercely alive. I held her into my arms, her warmth, her breath, her heartbeat, all telling me she was alive, that none of it had been for nothing. That's why I chose to work with Tao and to go to Miss Sustain's station. Maybe I won't make it back. Maybe I'll die up there. But if I can win even the smallest chance at life for the people who found the courage to answer me, then I'm willing to risk my own life. Right. So she looked into into his eyes. There she saw a light burning clear, bright, full of hope. A light kindled by Fanny Golden the very moment he first met her. The moment she proved she was alive. A light strengthened by the courage of every living soul who's refused to give up and reached out for his hand. A light that had nothing to do with her. She knew that from that moment on, his heart would hold many people. Not just Luna, not just Naraseharu. It belonged to something far greater, the fate of humanity. His steady gaze moved past her, toward the horizon, forever out of her reach. And she would be left behind, forgotten in the shadows they had once shared. The nights that had once belonged to the two of them would now become memories carried by her alone. Thinking back past where she had gone from someone he relied on to someone he left behind. Cersei lowered her head. Her rose-colored hair fell in a loose disarray across her cheeks, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. When she felt her tears hit the floor, she jolted back to herself. Only when her breathing finally steadied did she lift the milk tea to her lips. The warm liquid slid down her throat, the sweetness become blooming across her tongue. So this is what it feels like to get back something precious to you you had once lost. At that thought, the soft shimmer in her eyes settled, tightening into a small burning resolve.
I'll help you catch Sophie.
Alright.
I swear.
She murmured the words to herself, unaware that her small gesture, every flicker of emotion that crossed her face, was being watched. Using Riptide's power, Marion had already melted into the night, keeping silent watch as planned. Like a hunter sighting at her prey, a cold glint sharpened in her violet eyes. Maybe the milk tea had made her a bit too warm and cozy, because not long after flopping onto the bed, Acacia was already growing drowsy. Lost in her sleepy haze, she didn't even notice when Cersei and Marion slipped out. When I leaned in to her to check on her, she rubbed at her bleary eyes and gave my shirt a small tug.
Can I take a nap before we head out?
Alright then. Of course, get some rest, Marion. Will let us know if anything comes up. She blinked slowly and, fighting off asleep, pulled a silver square from beneath her pillow. What's this?
An MP3 player. It's a kind of music player from the old days. I found it while sorting my things in my quarters and thought maybe we could listen to it together.
Okay.
Jen, will you listen with me? Just for a little while?
Of course. After I turned off the lights, only the small bedside lamp remained, casting a soft pool of light across the dark room. Acacia tugged at my arm again, motioning for me to come closer. I pulled her into my arms, letting her curl against my chest.
One earbud each.
She slipped one wired earbud into my ear and the other into her own. Just like that, the two of us were connected in a weirdly soothing way. Alright. A soft, lifting voice filled my ear, the mellow melody woven with faint threads of static, the kind you can only ever hear in old recordings. On the MP3's tiny screen, lyrics scrolled slowly across the dim backlight, as if time itself had begun to slow along with them.
Do you like it?
Do you like it? Yeah, it's nice. Alright. The song looped once, then twice. Just when I thought Acacia had fallen asleep, her soft voice rose again from within my arms.
Adjutant, I know most of the fun we had today was just to keep Cersei from getting suspicious, but the arcade, the cotton candy, the warm milk tea, all of it made me miss the old days so much.
Her drowsy murmur was barely more than a breath, as if it might slip away into the dreams at any moment. Warm tears seeped slowly down through my shirt, blooming into a small damp patch.
If I said I really, really miss the era I came from, would you be disappointed in me?
Everyone feels nostalgic sometimes. I'd never be disappointed in you or something over something like that.
Everyone. Why?
Because no one can ever really go back in time. That's why the past ends up looking even nicer in our memories, and the nicer it seems, the more we miss it.
That sounds like a trap. If I fall into it by accident, what am I supposed to do?
Then think about things even nicer than the past, like the person by your side and the future that's yet to come. The looping song kept playing, and Acacia's eyelids grew steadily heavier. When the only bedside lamp finally went out, the colors of the world seemed to fade with it. Everything turned black and white, the room, the walls, and even the faint outline of her own body. If there was truly a quiet scene between one era and the next, it probably would feel like this. No ties, no glove, clean and empty, like a world in black and white. Luckily, Acacia hadn't been alone for a long while. The red thread of fate had already bound Byrain and her together. Warmth traveled along the invisible red thread, blooming in her chest, before slowly spreading through her whole body. Acacia closed her eyes and drifted quietly to sleep in an embrace filled with love. Time slipped by unnoticed until Marion's hushed voice sounded through the door.
Adjutant, she's on the move.
I won't. The moment the words left my mouth, Acacia's eyes flew open, instantly alert. At last, the mist shrouding Changfu Street was ready to lift. Oh, great. There's another one. Yeah, this is so much to go through. Right, they have like so many the things, and each one of them are like so long. Right, that was just like nearly 2 hours again. Just reading like 3 progresses. Yeah, that is so tiring. One sec. Alright, I still need to finish the rest of it. That said, though, alright, give me a sec. Just like Acacia there, I am feeling pretty drowsy again. I'll just continue the thing again next time. The story thing is so long. Let me get this stuff organized at least so I can put it into the replay for the thing there. Because like, yeah, this shit is so long. Alright. It's just tiring to like just keep reading it aloud like that. Give me a moment. Right. Because it's just so much. So yeah, I guess for now this is just, we'll end it off. One sec. I'll let it copy the thing over. Damn, that recording was just just that section was like 6 gigabytes large. I do record it at like a bitrate of 30,000 kilobits per second, but still. It's like damn. The recording was like so big in size after all that. It's crazy. Right, because that thing was so long. But yeah. I guess at that point though, this just will end off here for now, and it will just go straight back into letting people on YouTube AFK for drops or whatever. Right, like we keep it around for a couple of days. It also helps me cheese for quota time. But yeah, I'll see you guys all again next time though. Alright then, see you guys. See ya. I forgot to hit the record button.